even from this team.
Oh, it's Moose. Moose down.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, look at that.
I see. Still, the draft is underway. To recap, bye-bye Bat and bye-bye Timber.
And Drow and Axe.
I was going to say the Timber was mostly because of the SD pick. Like when you want to open with an illusion-based lineup, Timber's really good at that, dealing with that. And Wings responds with a Witch Doctor.
Remaining.
How effective is the cask against the disruption illusions? Do you think they picked Witch Doctor because of that?
Dire team.
That's actually
Usually we see the Warlock pick. I think EG does it a lot because of the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a safe pick, right? It gives you like a bit extra sustain, more physical damage.
But you don't kill the illusions as quick as a Warlock.
10 seconds
We'll
remaining.
see, but like you said, it's really good in the lane. And they have some sort of like a massive heal combination.
Yeah, Witch Doctor and Jug.
Yeah.
They need an Omni Knight as well. Get some more heal in there. Come on.
Survivability.
Might hint into like maybe a push strat, like just early predictions, because just by looking at the first two heroes, it gives you a clear idea of what the team has already planned, against their opponent.
So do you think it would be good to do that kind of push strat into an Alk though? Like I kind of feel like
that's precisely why you want to push against Alk. You don't want a game to draw late, but I see your point.
He's going to get all that
pushing
moolah.
into acid spray is difficult, but you do have like the healing ward for that.
Yep, true.
And then they've run the Juggernaut in like both positions. So mid lane, obviously, you can have easy kill potential on Alk. If he's in a bad position, you just spin on him and you can almost kill him just with that.
Well, we did get a prime example of when Alk comes online in our previous game, right? We got a good demonstration of that, perhaps EG a little inspired, a little spurred on. I want to also highlight that we still haven't seen, it was the most commonplace was Magi throughout the entirety of the group stages, and we have yet to see it slip through the draft since.
In the second phase, usually teams, they have a lot of time to prepare against their opponents, and they want to do something that you don't expect. So that might be one of the few reasons behind not going for the usual picks.
The basics.
Yeah. But I would say mostly it's because they probably had something already in mind, like they already prepared something.
Is that an Ursa ban? I can't quite see it.
Yes. Versus the Alchemist, it just makes sense. It's a very good hero throughout most of the stages versus well, until late game, obviously. But in the laning phase, you kind of just dominate him if you're matched up versus.
What do you think about if Wings goes for too much heal, then EG goes for the Ancient Apparition, the Iceman pick?
Hey. With Shadow Demon though, right?
Yeah, it's a bit terrible.
It's a bit terrible,
but it would be really good against those kind of heal strats. And I think EG picked it was it Summit? I think it was against the Alk. They picked Ancient Apparition against the Alk to stop the regen.
Yeah, that's very good against Alk, but yeah.
I think those were
Dire teams turned to ban.
Oh yeah, that was OG actually. Yeah, that was OG.
Well, you think they take it themselves as like a block pick sort of thing?
Yeah, but like Fogg mentioned, it doesn't really work with SD. It's pretty bad with that dual support. Sometimes you don't only consider, this hero is really good against the opponent, but you need to think about, how does it work with our lanes. So Wings, they're banning out again, offlaner. It's very difficult to deal with, all those pesky pressure lanes, ogre, Sand because you have a Juggernaut, you have a melee core, you don't want to deal with that kind of harass in the lane.
They're removing all of that abuse. Have Wings shown their hand yet, Winter, or is it still very close to their chest?
It still comes down to the second phase. What do they choose to go for in the third and fourth pick?
Morphling ban?
Yep, the count. One of the better heroes against Alchemist. Was it Newbie that did mid morphling? Yeah, they did mid morphling against Alchemist. You have you step morph, so you have a lot of armor, you have a lot of damage. So when you cast the acid in the lane, you deny the creeps.
I think they had a Drow as well too.
Maybe, but
Dire team's turn to
still very open-ended draft. It doesn't really seem anything. It's a very good offlaner. I think against Alchemist because you need to pressure him. You don't want an offlaner that farms too much. You want an offlaner. Oh, great, guys! I have my level 6. I'm going to run into the jungle, contest the stacks, kill the Alch.
10 seconds
Gives you
remaining.
A little bit of a pair with the Witch Doctor too. We used to see the Skywrath combo and everything, Death Ward.
5 seconds
inside of the
remaining.
top.
It's
a very easy way to isolate and just burst somebody down quickly.
No, Clockwork was a bit of a polarizing pick in the group stage as well, didn't we? We saw some incredibly strong Clockworks and some.
There's something I want to talk about. I saw Crit playing a support Alchemist just a few days ago in a pub.
Okay.
And SD Alchemist, if you really want to do like support Alchemist, SD support to start with the disrupt and into the stun.
Into the stun?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And with Soul Catcher and everything,
I just saw him playing that it wasn't a few days ago. Actually, it was before my flight to Boston.
Do you think it might be a bit of a...
I don't know. It's just like
bait them in here and then they get the old switcheroo?
When you open up a draft with Alchemist, it's like it's either you are trying to mislead the enemy into thinking you are trying to go for this ultra late game, and then you pick the Alchemist for a support position, which could be played really aggressively in the early game. So it might be a chance that will happen.
Interesting.
Definitely a possibility.
that.
Yeah.
Do you feel that EG against a team like Wings have to do drafting like that, where they're kind of next leveling it a bit?
Okay, maybe
Tree?
not.
Radiant team's
Tree is
turn to
their
pink.
Maybe not.
secondary support right now. A defensive support, like I mentioned, when you pick Alchemist, you're going to expect a lot of pressure from the opponent. So having the living armor and, the nature skies to run around to place wards and, alleviate the pressure, especially the smoke. The
10 seconds
Trian's job
remaining.
here is to make sure that he breaks the smoke, because the enemy is going to smoke and try to
5
contest the farm.
seconds remaining.
And him standing around being invis to break the smoke, or even just to die for it is a
worth
good thing.
it.
Yeah,
And
worth it.
it's a very like
Reserve
Wings-esque thing.
time.
Like the 4 to 8 minute mark is their crucial time to make the movements with the supports toward the offlane usually.
And,
so.
and not only that, like Trian has a disable that goes through magic immunity, so he can actually stop the Juggernaut from spinning TPing. So all in all, it's a very very strategical pick for EG here, getting the Trian protector.
Gives them like disruption can be used in a defensive or aggressive manner. Tree can kind of be
Dire
like that
team's
defensive
turn to
or
pick.
aggressive hero in kind of a way too.
Kind of
Invoker.
mostly defensive.
Mostly
Oh.
defensive though, yeah.
So the Sunstrike with the Clockwork,
Yep.
pretty good combo there.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
So
They-
basically, I said that you kind of you will see their hand right now. Nothing
10
too
seconds
special. Like
remaining.
it's just like very straightforward. They have a very good combo with the Clockwork and
5
very good
seconds
kill links.
remaining.
Like Witch Doctor cast into Sunstrike, Clockwork trapping the support if he catches out the support in the cogs.
Reserve time.
Good lanes, just good lanes right now.
Good lanes and wing. Bar.
Very very safe picks for sure. Nothing like too crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing with single elims. Teams tend to be safe.
Yeah. Perhaps, surely though, if you are the team to take that risk, to take that gamble, you can find rewards.
Yeah,
absolutely.
sometimes you say this team is actually playing not to lose. They're not playing to win because single elim.
That was like a poem.
Yeah.
That was nice. I like that.
Thank you.
Oh god, just so much insight. I love it. The Iceman. This is your new name, by the way. Screw
Radiant
Winter.
team ban.
It is now Channel It being Iceman.
Look, So EG, RTZ Lifestealer. I feel like that's we saw it like 3 or more games or 4 games during the group stages for them.
I'm a little worried about the lifesteal though. He has a pretty bad matchup against in the team fights Clockwork plus
seconds
Witch
remaining.
Doctor because of the Death Ward.
The Death Ward.
You
Yeah.
can get trapped in the cogs and
Yeah,
you
you
can
can.
die to the
5
Death
seconds
Ward.
They have
remaining.
a lot of ways to just kite him around too. Like if you could open wound Juggernaut, he just spins away. They have a lot of different
I'm not sure
heal
if I
too.
like this
Reserve
tier
time.
too much for EG, but then again, because you have a mid alchemist, you need a carry that's more active.
Yeah.
He can get a one item or a small item or two and join his team to fight.
That's a happy fan. He has a Wings logo and a Juggernaut mask,
10
and he's got the
seconds
pick as
remaining.
well.
Yeah.
Happy fans all round.
I mean, for EG right now, the last pick, they probably need a vehicle for
Dire
the
team
lifesteal to
ban.
gank. So like still Nyx? Oh, okay, no Nyx.
You could
No more
do
Nyx.
Invis Tree where he creeps up on
Yeah,
someone.
that is actually true. Something that teams don't, do a lot. But I know PPD uses that a lot when he was back on this team. So they ban out the Nyx, and for
10
EG,
seconds remaining.
they want to ban out a secondary support. Oh, there's a lot of good options here.
5 seconds
so
remaining.
Wings aren't going to be too hamstrung by any ban here.
I mean, they've got a really good solid
Reserve
lineup. Like the Wings lineup is good. They've got...
They could still maybe do AA on
They
Wings.
could, yeah.
For
they
the
could.
Alchemist.
Yeah, they actually could because they have Clockwork. And
They have
they
Clock, good
AA
lineup.
plus the Sunstrike would mean that anyone gets hook shotted is pretty much dead unless you have a disrupt.
Yeah, it seems pretty good.
Also, the Cogs plus the AA, the
Yeah.
Cold Feet would work
It's
really well
really
as
good.
well.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really roam. Oh, there goes the
So
AA.
they go for the slaughter. That's just like
Radiant
kind of
team's
a
turn to pick.
slaughter
Okay.
lifestealer
Iceman,
vehicle.
maybe Iceman pick Winter Wyvern. Pretty good against Lifestealer and Slaughter combo.
And the Lifestealer, I mean, the Slaughter has been so big. I think already we've seen a lot of good Slaughters in the tournament. He's great for that reinitiation. They need something to jump.
10
and I think
seconds
Slaughter's what you
remaining.
need for that, for sure.
Just one more left then.
Yep, the 4 like I
5
mentioned.
seconds
Maybe
remaining.
the Wyvern would be, the Cold Embrace would be great against the Lifestealer, Slaughter. They
Wyvern seems interesting, yeah.
Reserve
something like,
time.
or maybe an SB. Do you like an SB here so you can actually disable the Lifestealer through his. Whoa, they're going. That's the
Punish him.
pick
Yeah.
there is a push strat. And then they waited till the last pick. Push push strat.
The push strat.
Look, we haven't seen him almost at all.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
think we have.
Last time I saw him, he's hardly seen
They have a lot of physical damage. The wards and the death ward against the life stealer in team fight stat is actually
Yeah,
really
it's
good.
clever. Very clever.
Look at this. There's just smiles across the desk as the last pick comes in from Wings. It's the first of a best of 3. One of these teams is going home. I have to keep reminding you, this $3 million Dota major, and one of EG and Wings is going home by the end of this series. The first of the series begins now, and it's your casters to guide you through all of the action. Millennium Capitalist, you better enjoy this one.
Oh, Alex, we certainly will. A best single elimination. One team, TI5 champions, led by 2-time major winner Crit, facing up against the reigning TI champions. Both seemingly should be the most confident they should ever be, right, Ben? But haven't both of these teams been brought down to earth recently by the group stage? Both EG and Wings got that check.
Yeah, they're right in the middle there with the second and the third seed, so not falling too far, but not coming out on top. Did you wear blue today on purpose?
I did not, Ben. Did you wear blue on purpose?
No, I think it's maybe our subconscious.
All right, we'll see in the bias in the cast what happens, Ben. Wings and Evil Geniuses, certainly no short of fans on either side, but declaring bias aside here, who won the draft, Ben?
Alchemist's first pick is a little bit risky, and it seems like Wings look to punish it with a well-disguised push with a decent amount of late game just in case it doesn't go all their way. They didn't all in for it, so I like that a lot. So I say Wings.
Just because of the fact that, I mean, there wasn't really any other, could you think of another support hero that give you the same kind of surprise push than Shadow Shaman, a hero that's been long out of the meta for quite some time?
I don't think so, but they could have gone the other route, which is jungling, playing greedy, and then hoping to outscale the Alchemist, because Alchemist plus Lifestealer isn't the most formidable late game. You just have to survive like the 20 to 40 minute period of the game.
So presumably we're going to see a game plan of Wings of playing very single target pickoff heavy, leading with initiation, being able to find that numbers advantage, and then being able to push from there with the Shadow Shaman. What's Evil Genius's game plan? Because they've got some fighting heroes of their own, right?
Start with Tree. Kind of very similar to what we saw IG Vitality do versus Virtus Pro. Try and draw the game out until Alchemist gets really, really strong. But the problem is, I think the Shadow Shaman is a trump card to the Treant Protector. Treant Protector is good against slow and steady tower damage. You want to be able to heal up over minutes, but Shadow Shaman Ward is just really good, single target, focus on tower. No chance of living armor heal if it's dead.
He's the epitome of an all-in push, right? A full committal, we're taking this tower right here, right now.
Yeah, just one hero though. Their whole lineup isn't really based around that though.
Yeah. The rest of Evil Geniuses, they do have some fighting heroes of their own. Lifestealer and Slardar, you said try and delay as much as possible, right? But what about that Lifestealer Slardar? When do they really come online? When is their point going to be?
Generally, whenever the Lifestealer gets, Echo Saber, Armlet, or
Echo Saber, Armlet.
More likely than not, Slardar gets his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger is the most important thing here, right? So in that case, how do Evil Geniuses, how do they ensure we actually get a Blink Dagger from the Slardar in time?
A tree makes all your lanes stronger.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they're going to do all these things. Secure Alchemist farm, win their lanes, and don't lose towers. That seems like a pretty tall task. I guess you want to limit the Shadow Shaman's ability to get to level 6, but they don't have the strongest lanes. Like Shadow Demon plus Lifestealer is okay. Slaughter's not the best laner by himself, so it's going to be a very tough early game from EG. One thing that I didn't particularly like about EG's draft is that they already revealed with Alchemist at the start, which makes me seem like they aren't confident in the way that they're going to win their drafts. And versus Complexity, I think they did lose a lot of their drafts. So instead of just trying to hide anything, just like, okay, this is what we have, this is our strategy, we play it well, we're going to pick it very early on.
Do you think that really plays into Evil Geniuses just recognizing what their own strengths are? Because I've long looked at Evil Geniuses as being one of the more efficient teams on the map. They like to be able to play a little bit greedier. I mean, after all, you look at their offlaner universe, he is one of the more stable offlaners out there, but he is not the most aggressive. He is not necessarily someone who will play super sacrificial. As we saw from the stats earlier, Faith Beyond is the one who will always play much more aggressive, is willing to die to create space or initiations or openings for his team. So do you think that plays into that mindset that EG are just like, we're just going to try and out-efficiency them, and no hero is better at it than Alchemist? So in a way, we put them on a timer, right?
I would agree. I think for the most part that's true. The only thing that I think is a little bit strange is that it's their mid player that's the Alchemist player. So and Sumail is widely regarded as the most aggressive by far on Evil Geniuses. So if he's not creating space, there's going to be not that many people creating space. Slaughter, played by Universe, isn't over aggressive, I would say. So I just worry that they might not have enough people running around the map doing stuff.
What about laning fights wise? Because I want to go back to this Slardar. Is his Blink Dagger so essential? Do they have to run a dual lane with the Train Protector? Because Shadow Shaman, he is, we haven't seen him much, but he is a terror against solo offlaners, right? With that Shackles.
They can do what IG again did, is sack the Train Protector. He dies, not the biggest deal.
Yeah.
He can still Living Armor tower up as long as it doesn't die, and have the Slaughter Iron Talon. But then again, that doesn't really seem like their style. They like contesting their lanes, and the Universe doesn't AFK jungle that often. Although I do see him get Iron Talon a fair amount.
All right, Ben, I wasn't going to do this on the main stage.
Predictions?
But, oh, yeah, predictions time. Yeah, we've solved enough. Let's go. Total number of player deaths at game end.
We can let the crowd
Crowd,
choose.
you want to get on in this? 0? What is that? That's not an answer. Come on.
No, it's 41 to 55 or 56 plus.
I mean, you're all about stats, Ben. I know you're quite the efficiency man. You're quite the numbers man. What do the numbers tell us here?
I think 56 plus.
56 plus. You think this game is actually going to go late enough for that many kills?
Wings has the highest kill average in Wings has the highest kill average in this tournament, and EG has had the longest game of this tournament.
Yep.
These two factors combined, down with it.
All right, we're right for a high amount of kills this game. Player with the most kills at 10 minutes, though.
You don't let the crowd choose, okay?
That's true. Crowd, what do we want to see?
Let's get on with
Is it
it.
Base Beyond? Clockwork? Oh, well, all right. We're going into the game. Never mind. Starting things off with some early TPs. Arteezy's already going out to his lane, see if he can get himself a nice laning ward. Innocence doing something similar here as he approaches the mid lane, and the rest of Universe and his boys are all going to be following up in the bottom lane. Faith Beyond is already smoked up as well. Wings trying to set up where exactly they're going to be headed to be able to snipe away this Alchemist bounty rune. Of course, we know Evil Genius is already stationed up at the bottom lane, but Shadow's in a good place to be able to stop this smoke, potentially. And he's also a hero that is unlikely to die to this combination. If he gets disrupted, and they try and go for the stun, he can just spin, but maybe they can still surround him enough. They can actually lay this trap down. Shadow's going to be caught and surrounded by two heroes on both sides. He's going to be forced to spin here, but Universe is going to hold off on the stun. They're going to be able to body block him. Right in his face. They're going to be able to get the stun, and that'll be the first blood. Evil geniuses indeed.
Universe didn't even stun there during the spin, knowing that he would spin.
Yep. They lay that trap out beautifully. They now have presumably the advantage to be able to pick up this bounty rune for the Alchemist. Doesn't look like Wings are going to try and rotate to that bottom lane. They'll give it up to the Alchemist. A two-time win here for EG, certainly.
Just the start that they need.
We'll take that.
His positioning on Shadow was kind of, he thought it was really good because you're in the fog, so he would pop the smoke, but they went straight down and then straight left. They didn't go diagonally into the jungle, which is kind of what he expected, and it ended up costing him his life.
Universe actually picking up the Iron Talon here, hoping to be able to secure himself a bit better farm out of that off-lane position, as his Blink Dagger, as we said multiple times, is all important. Meanwhile, there's double wards up here at the top lane. Bing's actually blocking out that full hard camp there to be able to deny most of EG's experience until, of course, Crit will quickly sniff that one out.
And on the flip side, we see the Witch Doctor actually get the umbrella ward
Universe
lane.
is maybe done for here. They could try and follow that up. They're going to eat for the dive. Innocence going to be forced to back out after a couple of tower shots there. Seemed like Shadow, he gave up on that kill relatively early, went back to his lane, continued to try and get that perfect CS. Meanwhile, Sumail is matched up against Invoker, Blink's Invoker, an expert Invoker at that. How much pressure is Blink really going to be able to put on this Alchemist who's farming away?
With the Alacrity build, he can actually contest the CS a decent amount. Normally, you have a lot of trouble last hitting against a Quelling Blade Alchemist. But with Exor and Alacrity, I think he can contest fairly easily.
Yeah, quite this huge boost in damage. And he's actually going to be going for the very early Ring of Aquila as well, which will help maybe disrupt Sumail's CS, or at the very least, make it so the lane isn't so easily pushed in. Having a last hit under tower right now, which is rather hard. Fate Beyond maybe caught here at the top lane. Leave with the disruption, quickly surrounded, and Fate Beyond throws Cogs out, but it doesn't matter.
Look at Y in the mid lane, though. He's eyeing that chicken, and it's coming straight down. And at the bottom.
This is big. Yeah, Courier's done for. It tries no door up to the trees. There's no path available. That is a bottle down. Ladies and gentlemen, Sumail is going to be missing that one.
On top of that, we see Wings already at post. There's no chance of a bounty for him, so Sumail's growth will certainly be stunted a little bit.
Have to take this abuse.
On the bottom lane, looks like Ice Ice has invested another sentry ward, so he has D-Ward ED sentry ward. They had 2 wards blocking that spawn, and now they'll finally be able to pull that Hellbear Smasher camp.
Pulling doesn't seem to be too necessary, though. Universe is full-time Iron Talon jungling with Slardar. That's a little bit of a rarity. Slardar is not the best jungler out there. Most of the time, people try and make that Slardar work in the off lane. But seeming as Evil Genius is not actually doing much of an aggro duel situation, they're facing up against a Shadow Shaman. It seems like he's just given up on the idea of laning in the beginning, at least.
The trade-off is you get Shadow Shaman's levels, which I think is one of the biggest things that you want to prevent this team, is prevent him from getting his wards down. So now they've finally swapped Flame Protector down the bottom, and as you mentioned, Slaughter into the jungle, and it's up to Ice Ice how fast can he get level 6, or can they wrap around on this Flame Protector and get a kill into a tower push? That would be ideal for them. And the Invoker pick also kind of works pretty nicely into their push strat too. The Force Spirit is very, very nice. Also, he's early BOT fire, so that also helps when you're trying to put pressure on all the lanes. So
True.
It's a standard pick for them, but it works very well into their strategy.
Covers a lot of potential gaps that Wings may have against his Evil Genius's lineup. Zai's trying to be as disruptive as possible. Barring that, at least pick up some early experience where he can get those higher levels of living armor. Sumail kind of needs it. Meanwhile, the top lane, they're going to go once again on Fate Beyond. That was actually going to hurt quite a bit. Grid is in some serious trouble. They're going to be able to run him down quite easily, but Arteezy, he might be able to get images on the other side. Fate Beyond fends the back with the Cogs, but unfortunately, our poor Witch Doctor is still stuck in the trees. Meanwhile, they also at bottom lane managed to get that Treant Protector. So 2 kills end up going the way of Wings with that surprise rotation and still shutting out that off lane.
Yeah, Y knows exactly what EG were trying to do in the top lane, and now that Lifesteal is out of mana, and there is a Clarity ferried over from Crit, and get some good XP out of this lane.
And because the Treant Protector is bottom, and they see the Shadow Shaman, or excuse me, the Shadow Demon rather, up there at the top lane, it seems like Wings are going to go for a smoke. Now they hesitate, thinking about wrapping around behind the Treant Protector would certainly be the easier kill. Then they move towards left, think otherwise of it. The Alchemist still not level 6, but they opt for the easier one. Instead, Zai is going to be played at the mercy here of 2 Wings support, easily set up with a Sunstrike and a couple of Shadow right clicks. Zai is down to the count, 3-3, 5 minutes in.
They knew the game plan from the start, though. I think they figured that the Treant Protector wasn't going to sack this lane, and he's just died twice already. And most of the times that we've seen Zai die in this tournament, I think we actually counted it up during the group stage. He died like 70 times or something absurd in the 9 games that he played. But most of the time, just there saving his teammates. This game's a little bit different. I guess he's just trying to pump up Alchemist farm by creating space on other sides of the map. But now Universe is back.
Fate Beyond, thinking that maybe he can get a kill somewhere here in the jungle. Crit is going to be kind of stuck inside his Sunstrike's going to be coming in as well. And the father trying to help Crit. He's just going to try and do a little bit of ring around the rosy around the trees, but it doesn't work. Sumail, well, he bows his head in unbelievable grief that his support is down. But he says, Worth, I've got more space as the Alchemist. At least that seems to be the EG plan.
And Wing says Worth. They're ahead in net worth at the moment. Despite the first blood and the bounty rune going Alchemist's way, and things are just starting to get more grim as their supports find their place around the map when it doesn't really seem like there's any good place for them to be.
An invisible tree. Take away that tree, and the Treant Protector is forced away. It seems like we saw a lot of action in the side lane, so we didn't actually get to watch that mid matchup too much, but it seems like Blink around level 3, level 4 really picked it up in TS. He just seemed to deny Sumail so much. Sumail started off with an early lead, but he very rapidly started stagnating out, and he's going to have to find the rest of his farm in the jungle, it seems.
And not only the farm too, with 20 to 90 was very slow in getting level 6 when they made that smoke. They were considering going on the Alchemist mid, and because of that, they're just adding pressure from EG. Are they going to gank our Alchemist before he's level 6? And now that he's 6 is fine, but they still were kind of unsure whether or not the gank was going to happen on bottom or in the mid. And Ice still getting his levels. He has Arcane Boots as Shadow Shaman. I've seen far too many Shadow Shamans just get boots and then just feed for the rest of the game, and it looks like he's kind of set up for success here. And even the Shackles and the Sunstrike is a pretty potent combo versus weak supports. And there's just so many different ways that Wings can kill EG, but the Alchemist train is rolling as he just keeps on taking out these stacks over and over.
This really does seem like a lineup that is going to force Evil Geniuses to group up quite a bit. Oh, Innocence managed to snag yet another ward. Evil Geniuses beginning to look a bit blind on the map now, as their only ward is currently that one that is protecting Arteezy's farm up the top lane. But Wings have not gone for that rotation, not at all. Not really needed, right? That bottom lane, they're getting plenty of experience out of it. The Shadow Shaman is almost reaching that level 6 territory. They've already pushed out the off-lane tower. Everything seems to be going pretty well in this stagnant form for Wings in the laning phase.
And a lot of dewarding going all around, giving it to the Alchemist for some extra efficiency. And now Wings kind of unsure about how to tackle the jungle. They know that EG is pretty light on vision in that area, but they don't have any vision of their own. However, Faith Beyond does constantly throw out rocket flares wide in the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, he grabs the Illusion Rune, but he's quickly going to be gobbled up by a bunch of Evil Geniuses heroes. Living Armor will help protect Crit for now. There is a Sunstrike ready to go. Maybe we'll see Blink try and throw it out to catch him. Crit not going to be stumbling into that one. Will manage to sidestep that one away. So
Ice maybe going for a kill here. He is level 6, thinking about maybe a easy fork lightning.
Yeah, if he actually gets the wrap around, throws down the wards, gets the shackles, that could be both a tower and a kill. But it seems like Evil Geniuses are just going to give up their mid tower. That's a pretty important tower that's already down by the 10-minute mark.
Went down.
That's tower number 2, mind you. And this is way earlier than EG would hope for. Like the Shadow Shaman getting level 6 at 8.5 minutes and already taking a tower down. And every 2 minutes is just going to be the same story for them. And EG, their space to farm is slowly getting crushed.
Yeah, I mean, you look at their basic items that's kind of needed, right? Alchemist needs to be able to pick up his armlet and then his Radiance. We need a Blink Dagger for the Slardar. Lifestealer doesn't really come online too much until he has that vehicle to be able to find a quick initiation onto one hero. And that, again, comes back down to Universe's farm. It seems like Evil Geniuses will not be ready to fight for quite some time, and it seems like Wings will have free reign of the map to be able to take what objectives they want.
And looking at the top, looks like, well, I just tried to place a sentry ward. It's right next to the observer ward, but they don't actually have vision up that hill. Maybe a player will scout it out, but they suspect that something's fishy in that area with the way that Y died last time.
Kind of waiting for that flare. Okay, not going to be heading up to that area. Either way, Shadow's getting some free damage onto this tier 1, but Evil Geniuses are actually grouped up quite a bit here in the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to run 4 into this safe lane of Wings. Try and catch Ice. Make sure he doesn't get an early Blink Dagger or anything like that. Skip sets it up with the disruption. The TPs are actually going to come in here. Maybe Beyond is going to be the leading TP. Already support is down, but he managed to get Arteezy inside the pod. Now this TP in from Y completes, but he can't really stop this raged up Lifestealer, at least not yet anyway. Time provides a free escape for Arteezy, who actually popped out of that invis to be able to slow down Shadow with the open wounds. Evil Geniuses covering their tracks as they get a support kill and force Wings rotation.
I like the makeshift Nature's guys onto the Shadow Demon. Kind of, not as good as a Blink, obviously, but still like pretty good in terms of their initiation potential.
Yeah,
Ice was in a pretty good position. He was like right next to the T1 and not really that close to the fog or the trees, which would have been the angle of attack that EG came from, but that was desperately needed. Now it looks like they're perhaps trying to expand their territory, trying to farm those few camps on the Radiant side of the map so that Alchemist can get his Radiance up as soon as possible. And 11, 12 minutes and counting, and still won't be a relic in sight.
Well, smoke for smoke, it seems. Wings are going to be able to catch Zai, it looks like, or maybe not. He actually gets outside of range of Wings as Ice is unable to get that second disable of Shackles into play. And EG walk away for free. In fact, if they want, they can actually play aggressive now. They've seen 2 heroes at the top lane. Are they going to try and play aggressive towards bottom? Arteezy's got the Infest ready to go, even if they don't have the Blink Dagger.
They don't have Blink, nor do they have Nature's Guides. It's going to be a very difficult kill.
Nature's Guides, it kind of served as the pseudo Blink, right, to be able to give them those initiations, but...
And Ice Ice might not have to commit his rewards onto the top lane, depending on where EG thinks that the rest of the team is. But he will, for the safety. Now, with no one up there, they have to be worried about where exactly EG is. So Ice Ice backed off from the tower, so clearly he expects that they're somewhere in the fog roaming around. But where exactly?
Shadow Shaman seems to work out in so many levels here. It gives them a lot of pushing power, but I think in some ways, more importantly, Wings, they have so much single target pickoff, right, that Evil Geniuses have to naturally group up quite a bit, and this leaves lanes exposed. One hero by himself can go to a lane, push it out with those wards and take a tower, and there's really very little risk there. It's just a support showing up. Even if you try and stop him, the wards may still go down, he may still take that tower, and you're committing considerable resources to stop a push that and kill a hero that is ultimately disposable for Wings. Their cores are still farming away.
I completely agree with that. And on top of that, they have a lot of tools that they really haven't used too much that they can kill EG with. So, like, even aside from the Shadow Shaman just showing us one, like the Clockwork, we haven't really seen a hook shot into Sunstrike. There haven't been any opportunities for it, but EG have to play around it and have to group up, as you mentioned, like maybe a defensive disruption to save some heroes. They want heroes in front of Sumail so that they can pop some smokes just in case they are smoking into their jungle. But Wings are very content with playing around the Mass Serpent Ward cooldown, and all three T1s have been knocked down, whereas EG have yet to get a tower of their own.
Yeah, maybe it's this Shadow Shaman that gives them this patience, but I see this and I see some reminiscences into our previous series where we had IG Vitality very much playing groups up constantly, and VP made somewhat of a mistake trying to force initiation onto that dire secret shop area, and it turned it into a nasty fight. Here, Wings are just playing way more patient and saying, fine, if you're going to stay grouped up, we'll just play an economy game too. Even if you have an Alchemist, we're still getting all of our mid-game cores online. We're going to hit real hard starting about 18, 20 minutes.
Or now.
Or now. You see the smoke up? If they can actually get the right kind of pick, maybe we can see Roshan go their way.
And if nothing else, they will probably be able to get some wards down close to their Ancients. And their cores have also built Greedy, the Midas, which is very common in the Evoker, but a less common pickup is the Iron Talon of the Juggernaut, so he can see it out of his farm. If you're not going for a Battle Fury, and we know that Shadow likes to go Maelstrom a lot, it will speed up your farm, and they need a defensive down.
Sure enough, they get some really aggressive work. I like that work right behind the tier 2. That gives you a lot more information about incoming rotations than the normal secret stop wards would have given you. So they're going to be able to have perfect information to be able to take this Roshan no problem with the help of the circle wards.
And the information that they gleaned there was that Blink Dagger on to the Solar. They know that they're waiting for that. They need to get like 1 or 2 picks with the Infest Bomb so that they can, ideally on the Invoker, I would say, but he has the Aegis Immortal, Juggernaut. It's going to be very difficult to be spins in time, but any of the cores would be a sufficient target for the Infest Bomb, and that would just buy them precious minutes with the early game not going exactly the way they wanted it to, and all the objectives going the way of Wings. So 4 objectives down for Wings, and net worth is almost exactly at 0.
I would say even committing that initiation to the Shadow Shaman would be worth if you could stop him from laying down those Serpent Wards if Wings go for another push. But you have Shadow Shaman about to pick up a Blink Dagger of his own if he wants one. He's sitting at 1900 gold.
Yeah, he's just stacking, farming peacefully, and knowing that EG is just not going to do anything. So he's actually going to jump him at this point in time.
Right now, Faith Beyond is covering Shadow's tracks here at the bottom lane as Shadow farms aggressively. Blink is going to be the one to push back that top lane that Evil Geniuses were kind of poking at. They finally have the Radiance here for Sumail. And Blink Dagger is just about to be picked up by Universe, but I'm sure this timing is going to be a bit recognized by Wings. 16 minutes into the game, you know that Slardar had an Iron Talon from the get-go. Can't be anticipating a Blink Dagger too late in this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, and with that Observer Ward that you pointed out earlier, if they retreat up to T3, they definitely know it's a smoke. And that ward is pretty hard to deward. And they know that Faith is around there somewhere.
Read up on the Nature Skies. But yeah, Faith Beyond with the very early Force Staff
Dire's bottom
probably
tower is
isn't
under
going to
attack.
be caught anytime soon. There's a Blink Dagger for Shadow Shaman, so now we can have that real quick jump onto a tower, lay down those triple wards, and there's really not much opportunity for EG to be able to put a stop to that. Because their counter initiation may just come a bit too late. Zai is going to be able to spot out Faith Beyond if he comes into this area. Almost right clicks him, hold on to it. He's trying to set this trap. Faith Beyond realizing, uh-oh, hey, hold up, I'm stuck here. What's happening? Rush is going to be laid out. He's going to try and force staff himself out of this one, but he's already been hit by the Son of Universe. Can't get the cost down in time. He's trapped 2 heroes inside with him, so Evil Geniuses will be able to execute that gank onto the clockwork. Force staff or no, EG find the pick.
Close timing. The Radiant used scan right on top of him just to make sure that the Treant Protector was there. But at the end of the day, it's just a clockwork kill. And the Alchemist didn't have to get involved, so that's pretty nice for them. And it should have been the Slardar Blink reveal, although I'm not too sure Wings were able to see it in time. More likely than not, they did. However, two supports are sitting there. They had been scanned out. Universe going to be able to run into both of them. They're going to be able to get into this real quickly. Eyesight's going to be next. They're going to get towards down. The overgrowth is going to go stop Faith Beyond. But the Kudos run. They're trying to get it up. Eyesight's going to get so much run. If they just sold up Arteezy by getting those disables off, now Universe has to try and TP away. He will be successful. No disables coming out there. Faith Beyond looking for the +1. They already got the Lifestealer. Big win. But unfortunately, he can't actually find anybody else. They have no counter vision. And so this Nature's Guide will allow everybody to be able to walk away. Zai just kind of chilling out on top of Wings. They're looking for the Alchemist. He still had his Radiance on before he went in this. And
oh, if Alchemist pops out
they know the creeps are burning.
And they know he's around here. They've pinged him out. But disruption and maybe trap going to be set by EG. Lay on Bane's stable concoction, but Faith Beyond is well out of danger. And Evil Geniuses not wanting to make a commitment without their Lifestealer.
No Serpent Wards up for this particular engagement, and it seems like a somewhat of a risky push, but they do have the Aegis onto the Invoker. No Omni Slash either on the Juggernaut.
Tier 2 dropping fast. Evil Geniuses, if they want to be able to defend it, they're going to have to form something now. Looks like they're just going to give it up. Maybe not. Glib and Living Armor will help it out. EG start posturing forward, testing whether or not Wings want to try and force this Tier 2 tower down before the Living Armor really gives it its heal.
Ideally, you want to kill Shadow. Shadow does not have the Aegis, and he's at half HP. If you can get the Blink Crush on him, that would be the perfect way to start with the fight. But Healing Ward's down, fight back off, and wait for that cooldown. The Observer Ward behind the T2 tower and on the Dire neutrals might be enough for them to set up the potential game.
Backup farming it is for Wings, as they're going to go ahead and team clear through an ancient stack.
I don't even know who's stacking that.
Might have been Blink at this Sports Sphere.
Yeah, that's some additional play right there.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't really have a good hero to be able to do it, but if they could do it as a team, it works out pretty nicely during this little bit of a dull period. The Aegis is going to be reclaimed, and maybe Wings aren't ready to get aggressive just yet. They are keeping up pretty well in net worth. Despite facing up against an Alchemist, the net worth is exactly even. They've got 2 heroes above that 10k marker, both Blink as well as Shadow on their Juggernaut and Invoker have quite amount of farm to be able to work with. Meanwhile, we have Sumail sitting almost at 14k, has the Radiance, has the boots of travel, and soon the big split push Alchemist will be online. So Wings need to be able to keep up the pressure. They're going to lay down the Serpent Wards here on the mid-tier 2. Evil Genius is already smoked up looking for their initiation. And they're going to try and wrap around perhaps from behind. Universe is carrying Arteezy inside of him right now. Their tier 2 is about to be dropped by Serpent Wards. Nobody really wants to come forward, but instead they're going to deny it. But actually, to get the jump, almost saves himself with the disruption, not quite there. Still though, a support goes down in exchange for the 2 cores of Wings. Wings get the tier 2 tower and will manage to get everyone else out to safety.
They didn't have sentries on that north side, so they were all just under Nature's guys. And that was a good 30 seconds after the H that expired, and this is part of Tree. Like, if Tree weren't there, they would have just been in and out within 5-10 seconds. But because the Tree was there, they had to stay around way longer just to make sure that the tower was going to go down. And finally, a big fight going EG's way.
You've seen the way that the Serpent Wards worked. It seemed like Wings would be able to get a pretty decent positioning for any initiation just because they can sit back and let the wards do the work. But as you said, no counter ward being placed on that left side.
And now Guy has a gem on him.
All right. Well, that's definitely a great pickup because at this point in time, you need to stop as much of the aggressive vision of Wings. Make it so that your Alchemist still feels comfortable farming away. Who happens to have an Arcane Root in his bottle, so that rages, and if he gets the Manta, we'll see the beginning of that Naga-esque split push that Alchemist is so famed for at this point.
With the Arcane Room on top, it's going to be especially dirty.
Yeah.
And another thing that Gem does is it allows his teammates to move forward with the Aegis guys. Because that's been the most key spell, I would say, for them to start off these engagements. Both the one on the bottom lane where they ganked the Ice, and then the middle T2 where they started off on the Invoker. So Wings have to consider about how to deal with this Nature's guys. They have Sentry Wards on 3 heroes right now.
Somewhere on the second floor here at this beautiful theater, PPD is looking down on Zai and smiling. 6 to 10, 22 minutes in right now. A 2,000 net worth lead for Evil Geniuses, but that's not much by Alchemist stakes. He's about to really get out of control, though. The Manta is up. We're soon going to see the progression into Octarine and constant TPs, the constant illusions spammed out with Radiance. The Wings got to start picking up the pace a little bit. They've already taken the tier 2 at the top lane, but they committed to Serpent Wards for it. That means they won't be able to threaten high ground as easily, so Evil Geniuses feel comfortable taking a tier 2 at bottom in exchange.
Or they could turn up their farm game, which probably seems like this seems more likely at this point, judging by the way they played it up until now, just being very patient, waiting for each Mass Serpent Ward cooldown and matching Alchemist farm 1-for-1, hopefully with a Juggernaut. Juggernaut is, not that far behind Alchemist, but still decent enough. He just picked up his Maelstrom though, so he's probably hoping that will help him catch up in net worth. And I guess it's probably at that point too we need to start talking about the potential ags for Alchemist. It doesn't look like either team's going to break out anytime soon. I guess one is the Treant Protector. I think he's probably, I don't know. Shadow Demon's also pretty important. So either one of those two would be pretty good. Shadow Demon if they think they need more team fight potential, and Treant Protector if they just feel the need to be more elusive around the map.
I mean, considering the initiation is all important for Wings, right? Because they have this clockwork to be able to set up a Sunstrike and just in general be able to find the numbers advantage. Maybe vision is the most important thing here for Evil Geniuses, especially with this gem out. They've already controlled a decent amount. This relatively fresh ward is going to be able to see some of these rotations of EG. Wings beginning to try and set up around this ancient area, making sure they don't get jumped on at any point in time without recourse.
And I think Wings have to be considering getting a gem right now, but they know if they get a gem right now and they lose it, they just will get crushed in net worth. Yeah. It's already swing EG's way with 4,000, and a gem would just make their lives absolutely miserable if they lost it. But at the same time, they are kind of getting the life choked out of them as EG take control of the Radiant jungle. They set up 4 Observer Wards around the map. Roshan is up. They have Slardar on their team, so a lot of potential opportunities for EG.
Smoke straight to the heroes. They're going to be able to find Brittany immediately. That's going to be the first one, but at the same time, they've already taken a support in his return. Universe and RTZ find their initiation onto the Windsock. And now Samel's going to be coming in full out. Unstable concoction, but Universe is going to be caught off the track. Long range, so Shadow's going to be able to rip him apart. And now it's going to be left with just a 3-man of Evil Geniuses. Hits Mail. He gets snatched up. Eyeside's going to be able to grab the tangle. Clockwork inside with the clock. Definitely flash over the top. Clockwork disappears, and now Wings not feeling as comfortable as Samael and Arteezy turn and man fight. Maybe Faith Beyond not catching with the cogs the way he intended to.
Yeah, he also doesn't have a blade mail, so he can't really just stand there and tank like you would normally see a Clockwork. And Clockwork's actually perhaps going back for a Midas himself. I see a Gloves of Haste in his inventory, so going for the late game. That was a really nice tornado by the Invoker. He tornadoed the Alchemist while he was concocting, and as soon as he dropped, he exploded upon himself. And Wings thought they could take that fight with the superior positioning and the shackle from the fog onto the Alchemist, but just not enough damage at this point to take him down.
So you talked about, hey, they don't want to get a gem. Like, there was so much potentially Wings could have gotten out of that smoke, right? Take away the enemy gem, get Roshan themselves, prep for a high ground push. But instead, Evil Geniuses They keep their gems. They get Roshan for themselves. That Aegis and hold, and Wings are going to have to decide whether or not they want to give more space to an Alchemist who already has so much with the Radiance Manta Octarine all up and good map control on top of that, or do they want to fight into an Aegis?
And they're not getting the kills that they want. Like half of Wings' kills are on crit, and they're different with that last smoke. They don't want crit. They want Sumail ideally, or easy, I guess, second most, and third most probably the team producer with the gem.
This is Crit's happy space right here. When you've got a full-out Alchemist and you can create yourself some illusions of your own. This is where support finally starts getting gold. Still, though, it seems are going to try and match Farm.
Yeah,
they're trying to pick up the hand of Midas. They're trying to keep up with Jug and Invoker.
Their early game did not go like quite as well as they expected. I guess their mid game rather. After conceding the Roche, you have to accept that it's going to go much later than you want. You're not going to be able to knock on the T3s or the range racks anytime soon because of the stalling potential of the Octarine Alchemist and the Shadow Demon illusions to match. So you pretty much have an unending supply of Alchemist illusions coming out. They do have the Mjolnir on Juggernaut. Pretty good.
So we've got to talk about it. I mean, at this point in time, they didn't manage to get second Roshan. It doesn't seem like Wings is going to be able to go for the end game scenario anytime soon. So we're beginning to see a full topped-out outcome. We're beginning to see a pretty farmed Lifestealer who kind of, you could say, reaches a peak in the mid-game, later mid-game as well. Do you think Wings could actually stall out and potentially take late game against an Alchemist, a Lifestealer, and a Slardar with a Nature's Prophet? Or a Train Protector on top of everything else.
Incoming!
Right now, I don't think they have a choice. Like, what's their better option? Shove up high ground, potentially lose 5, and then just lose the game. I think that's a much higher probability happening rather than taking it late. So they might not be the most comfortable in their late game, but it's definitely the best option that they have, and they definitely are gearing up for it. So they want Clockwork to get more items with the Hand of Midas, maybe like a Scythe looking, 50 plus minutes in the game, maybe a Ghost Scepter in the meantime, maybe some armor to help his team out. Vlad would even be pretty useful for them. Juggernaut, he has a farming item too. They have the Midas on the Invoker, and Shadow Shaman can do a decent amount of work on his own. I'm not sure what Shadow Shaman would get. Maybe like Scepter, I suppose, would be pretty good for him. And it also depends on whether or not EG can actually split up their farm, because you mentioned Alchemist like getting very, very fat, but he only has really 2 good Scepter carriers. Slardar doesn't have an Axe upgrade. Lifestealer, his upgrade is probably amongst the worst in the game, at least in this scenario. So
You say that now, Ben.
What's he gonna do?
Just you wait.
Have the Alchemist inside of him. Free Radiance.
Could be. We have no idea. Maybe we'll see a farmed up Alchemist inside a Lifestealer, inside of a Black Dragon. I don't know. It's 30 minutes. They're going to push down one of the last remaining here. In fact, the last Tier 1 tower that's at the top lane. Looks like they're just going to keep on going. Wings.
Radiant's top tower.
They're going to formulate a defense here. It seems like it. They're beginning to rotate Shadow from the mid lane. A Gloss here, push back up the Tornado from Blink. Will manage to keep some of that damage at bay.
And Alchemist illusions are scouting out. See where the supports are. Alchemist, those just illusions running everywhere, and it will stop Blink daggers. If they're potentially stop a hookshot, it will at least scout out the Clockwork so that they'll know which angle he's coming from, and if nothing else, whittle them down so that they're easier to kill in a later team fight. And they aren't even fighting heroes right now, just illusions constantly. There's just no great way for to kill them.
So in which case, if Wings, they're not down to fight, what are we thinking? What is the remaining items for Evil Geniuses to pick up before they want to go high ground? Because they just kind of topped out on the Alchemist. He's got the Shivas.
It's about the picks.
Yeah?
It's about they need kills on those, because Alchemist is like pretty decent at pushing up high ground, but I think with a Clockwork in the game, it makes it infinitely harder, because you can get isolated from the team, you can get like hookshot and then cog backwards into the team. You can also isolate him from the rest of his team. So like you can't just siege with the Alchemist as his hero, and then the Alchemist illusions, they don't do that much damage to Alchemist. So if you do that, it's just going to be a very, very slow siege. And then the DOT Invoker as well as the Shadow Shaman can apply pressure to the side lane so that you won't be able to keep that up forever. So they need to wait for Wings to make a mistake, and Wings need to wait for later and later game so that Alchemist is kind of topped out, and after he gives 2 Ags, then then what's going to happen for him? BOT2s, Moonshard, those are all marginal upgrades, and then maybe switching out for like a refresher here and there. But he is kind of 6-slotted, can replace his armlet for something else that's also just a side trade for him. So the net worth looks really nasty if you're looking at it from Wings' point of view, 11,000 in favor of the Alchemist, but as of this point, it's going to be...
There's the initiation. Lincoln is up on Blink. That's going to slow down some of it. It's going to cause separating Arteezy from Lincoln. There's going to get some stuns outside. He's immediately blown up thanks to the help of the Shadow Shaman as he tried to come across toward the Overgrowth. The male's going to come forward. Now, two-man crush out the universe. That slows down Shadows to sleep, but they can't quite keep up with him. Maybe it's going to be Innocence who dies instead. Arteezy's rage not going to be wearing out too quickly. He goes and fist. Then stops the kill. And it looks like Eyesight is also going to be caught here. The amplified damage. He gets ripped apart by Evil Geniuses. And there is only one buyback here on the clockwork. So Wings may just have to give up a lane of racks, if not more.
Maybe the Alchemist or the Invoker can stall them out with a barrage of tornadoes and EMPs and ice walls, and they will actually not be able to take a lane of racks off the back of 3 kills. And that Lincoln's really saving the Invoker as well as the 4 stabs from his teammates.
Yeah, great item choice, and he just picked it up a minute earlier, too. So it cost them a buyback out of Faith Beyond, but he's kind of playing off that hand of Midas anyway. It's not like Clockwork is a hero that is desperate in the need for items. He's still going to be an effective hero, but just that 4-stab.
And I think this period in the game is where EG is the strongest. They need to get some structural damage done. And T3 I don't think is enough. Maybe with the next Aegis they can actually break some racks, but I think like every point of gold for Alchemist from here on out is probably like 0.3, 0.4 of 1 gold in terms of how effective it is for him.
All right, well, first giveaway here. Brit patiently waiting along. But,
yeah, they could have killed the Juggernaut last night, let's say if they had the Shadow Demon Axe. So I think he's definitely a worthy candidate, if not the most worthy candidate for the Axe.
All right, so the beginning of Eyes in the Forest. Get that aggressive vision down. I mean, they already have some good wards they're going to be able to see thanks to some of these laning wards. Well, one of them's probably about to die here, but they are seeing the rotations of Wings just with wards. Now it's getting so much harder for Wings to be able to push out into EG without being already seen and spotted out, and defenses set up by EG. With these Eyes of the Forest just permeating the whole entire map.
Yeah, and anytime any hero is alone, Lifestealer, Infest Bomb, that hero's dead. I guess maybe Invoker can survive a Juggernaut if he has really fast fingers, but anyone else I think is just going to be dead.
I think the really important thing is that you routinely pointed out, hey, the Alchemist, he's going to start topping out what, you know, all that extra gold, like what's it really going to do for you? It's so important that the Lifestealer gets progression in his farm. And despite having to sit inside Universe half the time with these infest ganks and everything, he still managed to get to a pretty decent peak here. He's got an AC, Detonator, an Armlet, and he has the Vamp now, which is going to be going for that Abyssal Blade, which will give him some serious lockdown power and be able to keep one hero on the onset of the fight. Now he's got an Aegis as well. Seems like Evil Geniuses, their real big peak is about to be now. The Overgrowth goes down, but
I don't know if Wings have enough to stop this impending fight. The Lifestealer is closing in on Abyssal Blade. There is Ags number 2 on the Shadow Demon to deal with the Juggernaut. So Juggernaut's kind of useless in the next fight. You can get off your Omni Slash, but aside from that, you are not moving at all. It's also another tool for them to break the Invoker's Lincolns. Like, who cares if you expand a charge of the Demonic Purge? No big deal. And they also do not have enough side lane presence to stop this push from coming. So this fight is brewing on the bottom lane. They have 1 Observer ward up, but I don't think their net worth is going to be enough to stop this. They need to be able to kite as long as possible. Or
they have to get creative, right? Yeah. They have to get a little creative with how they're going to be able to take this fight and how they're going to be able to split push and force Evil Geniuses back, which is why Eyesight has been sitting on the trees here for so long, waiting for Blink to push out the lane so they can get some pressure on that top lane. They're going to have to start back already. Blink is going to be coming back. He starts leading things off with the Tornado and push EG back and already on to the actual Waxes. Without Wings doing anything in return. Eyesight is about to go uphill with his ward, so if Evil Geniuses to be able to finish off the Blink, they need to do it now and start getting back. Cast goes down, trying to slow down. Wings are looking to be able to try and make sure that Evil Geniuses can't actually back out and defend their top lane. Hoping he can make a trade of Rack. Rack's team is going to be forced back.
Tower is under attack.
Invoker's
Evil
so
Dire's
good.
top tower has fallen.
In between the ice wall, the tornado, and then a deafening blast, they actually could not, and he catches out.
Boom! There we go.
It's going to be grabbed up here. There goes an overgrowth. That's going to be able to stall up some of the Wings, and they did manage to keep their ranged racks alive. I'm top lane.
Cap, we should switch mics. AC seems to be the item of choice for the Alchemist, so now he's sitting at 39 armor as EG go for round number 2. There are no Mass Serpent Wards up, nor is the top lane in position, and it looks like Wings will either have to fight or concede this lane of Rax. They still have the Clip up, however, but EG are rolling down the lane. 2.5 minutes left on Aegis. They should be very happy about this opportunity.
Alive. Evil Genius starts staying back. Melee Rack still at 1,000 HP.
And with that round, Wings just really don't have that much left. Juggernaut already used Spyback, and they did get rid of the Aegis, but Alchemist seems to be unstoppable at this point, unless he gets Ward Trap at this moment. That will push him to safety. Juggernaut kind of left out on the glow zone.
Evil Geniuses are forced back once again.
So we're in the process of switching mics. Hopefully it comes up before this next fight, but I don't think it will. Female still at the front lines. And the Mass Serpent Wards are about to expire. EG still have not gotten this prized melee rack despite several minutes of siege. How's it going, Flat?
It's going on. Alright, go ahead and everybody, we're back. I'm sorry, I don't know if I went out on stream, but hello theater, I love you guys. Jump in, Universe, Infest, Double, TV, they actually like nothing there. They're getting time to there's no physical damage coming out. He gets it in front of him. He can be forced out down his hogs, but Bill. With a crunch, the nail person just not enough upside. They finished up Universe and EG. They're lacking an offlaner now as they go for this push. So many heroes of Wings are low. Arteezy, he's trying to dare Wings to go on to him, and without the race, they might just apply. They're moving down. First sees the mail instead, but they're just taking off the table. He gets stomped out, but it's off. The mail is still good, and he's going to be able to regen up, particularly with that living armor. They are good, but Wings inevitably will be holding on to this melee rack. EG are trying to force it so badly, but Wings, they stand strong for now against the boys in blue.
What amazing usage of Force Staffs, Ghost Scepters, everything that they had just to hold that Rex, and alive it stands at the end of the day. 750 HP, but that was their toughest test, I would say, this game. I mean, it could get a lot rougher, but that's the one that you're most scared of. The push with the Aegis, the 2 Scepters recently come out, all of this network of Alchemist, and the buyback on the Jug, that was the most crucial one. And he Shadow played it very well to stay alive through that fight because Crit was just eyeing him with the demonic charges constantly waiting for him. But they got too much damage on the Lifestealer, and without the Lifestealer, they can't actually kill the Juggernaut during the spin.
Samael had so much gold. Did you see him? He was rocking like 9k gold. He's like, Discipline? Yeah, sure, that's not a problem. I can go ahead and pick that one. Still have buyback gold to be able to work around with.
But now they just have an AC in the bank. I think he had AC before, and now Lifestealer has it, so they just, got to
No, didn't he trade out the armor? think that was the replacement.
He had Armlet, then he paid it out for AC, and then now he paid it out for Invincible.
All right.
So that's a lot of, you know, you never really want to sell anything more than like 2,000 gold. But when you're an Alchemist, you have to gotta beef it up.
I mean, Arteezy still needs an Abyssal Blade of his own.
Smoke coming in, crit.
Nice. We're going to make that initiation. The paint one in the range is too fast. And now Ice some serious trouble and a rainbow shot. That's a hostile combo. Maybe he'll pick up that support. But unfortunately, it actually stays in and puts him right on top of the support. Gobbles him down and backs away. The rest of the Evil Geniuses start surging forward. They say surge, but it's a snail's pace. As that Ice Ball keeps them from being able to come forward. Faceon should be the
Double kill.
Blink doesn't even blink. He just keeps on running. He knows his supports are all gone, as is his offlaner. No buyback there for two of them. The Witch Doctor can buy back if he wants to, but it's just for a melee Rax at bottom lane. Or EG gonna force two.
Such a botched initiation from Wings, and they just all felt like pins as soon as the Lightstealer got his rage off. And now melee Rax under siege again, and no buybacks on the claw for the Shadow Shaman. The Shadow Shaman doesn't just 50 seconds, and Alchemist stalled it out.
My goodness, Sumail is attacking so slow. But he's hitting relatively hard enough to take down this melee Rax in all due time. Faceon still down for 30 seconds. The question is, are EG feeling lucky? Are they going to go for the second high ground? Take that second lane of Rax with only 20 seconds left in the clock.
Invoker still doesn't have his full toolkit to deal all the damage in the team fight with the Refresher Orb. And Clockwork is going to be in for 14, but they're not going to wait for that to happen.
AoE Arteezy going to be forced to rage here. And they get some irreparable damage onto the range Rax, but they do call it a day. As Faithbeyond is coming back up, Evil Geniuses resetting their positioning. They're actually going to full out back as Arteezy is going to head on back to, I believe, get his Abyssal Blade.
They have to kill this Invoker. Invoker's the only thing keeping them from touching these buildings. And Shadow can easily be dealt with in between Roots and Demonic Purge. He should easily die, spin or no spin. He'll get his Omni Slash off, but aside from that, he should be dead to rights. But this Invoker is just buying so much time for him. And with the Aug's Ring, the problems are compounding.
I mean, as you said, he doesn't even have not just the Refresher, but also that big AoE Deafening Blast. We're still waiting on that as well. And maybe use that. This Invoker can still scale so much, but Evil Geniuses seeming will keep up the pressure. They're going to be able to get both an and not sure who's going to be holding this, though. Lightstealer will go ahead and pick up the Aegis. She's going to be grabbed by Crit for now, ready to pass it off when needed.
This next fight could be another big one, and Alchemist might throw his life and try and buy back. That's a pretty good use of gold that they have, so maybe save one of your Midas for that. I think that could actually be a pretty big play in the team fight if they can stop him from TPing in. I guess he could just buy BAT2s, but I'm not sure if he has enough for that and dying and buyback at the same time. But looks like they'll just be spreading around the map. I see a lot of red leaves on the map. And a lot of Alchemist illusions headed towards the Radiant base.
Go ahead, take a look at that. You're going to be feeling real comfortable if you're Evil Geniuses, knowing that Wings are just never likely to be able to push out, not only with this constant pressure at mid lane revealing heroes, but all this vision based around various jungle spots where those eyes are laid out. Fresh BKB for Universe means he's going to have likely a much higher impact in these lanes. A bunch of tomes.
He needs level 22. He skills
does.
max Exo, so he actually does not have it at level 21. And I don't think he's going to get 22 before his next fight, even with the 8 of a Midas. Yeah, I don't think that's enough to make up that almost 1,000 experience gap.
We'll see if maybe Wings can get the right kind of initiation. Maybe they can actually get the first pick. 900 experience needed for Blink at this point, a little bit less now. EG starts setting up. They know they've got this this big old tier 3 tower. They can go ahead and start chipping it away with these illusions. They don't necessarily need to make any huge commitment. They're actually looking towards that range rack as well. Anytime they try and defend the range rack, get some damage on the tip. They're going to jump forward. Unfortunately, there is no Juggernaut. He just gets exploded, and all of a sudden, EG are just going to be able to pull forward and take out some of the heroes. With the crush.
Triple kill! Stick kill!
Now, but there's nothing he can do without the damage. Evil Geniuses Swift comes through and faces game one. Wings with nothing they can do. But watch the rest. Universe as they
steady as always, getting that climb to the end. Shadow. Shadow, he went full tanky with his build, but just not enough. There was so much minus armor on the side of EG that if he just makes one mistake like he did right then, he's just gonna die.
Wings, they tried to go ahead and match it with their 2 cores, but it seems like the efficiency of Evil Geniuses does play out in this game number 1. Merlini, your thoughts after this game 1? It was a long one. Wings, they had some botched initiations. They seemed a little shaky at some points. You still have confidence though for Wings going into game 2?
I think it plays more towards like how EG have developed past the group stage, and you mentioned like now they actually realize their strengths and know their weaknesses too. So picking something like Alchemist when they're known to be really good at playing the greed game and winning in this fashion, I think it sets up for an interesting draft, at least game number 2.
Certainly interesting. I'm sure our analysts have some ideas about what game number 2 has in store for us. Alex, what do you
I'm fine with waiting and all, but let's go!